Hee hee hee. Hashtag trig bars, hugs and kisses. Hashtag trig bars. 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 Oh my god. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars. 1. Hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen?
Hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars.
Are you kidding me?
Hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag.
Alright. No.
No.
You ruined it. What are you doing?
Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars.
What are you doing, bro?
Trig bars, hashtag 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 trig bars. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars.
I think you broke it.
Hashtag trig
I think it
bars,
broke it.
trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars. Bro wants to tutor you. Oh my god. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars.
I'm only hearing
bars, hashtag trig 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 bars. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars.
I don't even know what is this.
Trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag.
What is? I actually don't know what in the hell is this.
Hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
Hashtag
hashtag
Trid.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
Bro,
hashtag
stop it.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
It's
Tridbars,
broken now.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
How
hashtag
do I make
Tridbars,
it?
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
How do I make it stop?
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
Oh.
hashtag Tridbars,
How do I
hashtag
turn it off?
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
How
Tridbars,
do I
hashtag
make it
Tridbars,
stop?
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Oh.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
Oh
hashtag
my
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
God, what are you
Hashtag
doing?
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
I don't need to
Tridbars,
start a new
hashtag
stream.
Tridbars, hashtag
It's
Tridbars,
only reading the
hashtag
chat.
Tridbars, hashtag 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 Tridbars,
It's only reading.
hashtag Tridbars,
You shouldn't have done that, bro.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars,
Oh.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
It looks
hashtag
like this.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars,
I
hashtag Tridbars,
can't.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars,
Sonic Racing.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
I can't. This is just hilarious.
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
I haven't
Tridbars,
seen
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Just reading out the chat like that.
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars,
This is getting annoying.
hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
Oh my God.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. This never ends. Godam. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
It's like Tridbars,
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Oh my God,
hashtag
Chad.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
You
hashtag
broke
Tridbars,
this.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
It's worse than
hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars
it's getting worse
hashtag
every single
tridbars
time.
hashtag tridbars hashtag
I'm like listening to
hashtag
a
tridbars hashtag 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 tridbars. You may need to make a new stream. Hashtag tridbars.
I don't need to.
Tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag.
It sounds like a
bit. Hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars.
You don't need to make a new stream, bro. We just need to wait till this is over.
Tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars.
It's not gonna stop though.
Hashtag tridbars hashtag coxoxo nakutso soxoxo pishoxoxo noxoxo. God.
What?
I think you may need to start a new stream. Ima join this crap. Hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars.
This is just hilarious.
Tridbars hashtag 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 tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars.
Why are we listening to a rap song or something? This sounds like a rap song now.
Tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars.
This is lovely.
Hashtag tridbars hashtag.
This is very lovely.
Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars,
I'm actually not mad, actually, bro. This is just hilarious.
Tridbars, hashtag 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 tridbars. Hashtag tridbars, hashtag tridbars, hashtag tridbars, hashtag tridbars, hashtag.
Oh, okay.
Tridbars hashtag 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 tridbars.
Bro's actually watching my stream.
Tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars.
I just love this.
Hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars hashtag.
I can't. This is just hilarious.
Ha 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 ha. you didn't believe me at school that I'll spam you rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing. Donate me 65 bucks.
Okay,
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Skyward. Hashtag
you made the viewers do it too.
Hashtag Lana Yana. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
I actually did not expect that.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag.
Bro, actually, this was just a funny thing. I actually laughed at that. I can't. Am I listening to music, bro?
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
lovely.
Tridbars, hashtag 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 Tridbars.
Come on, Jet the Hog.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
this is getting less than
it's
just funnier than that happy birthday thing. It's going to get pissed off.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
hashtag Tridbars,
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
This is just hilarious.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag.
Hello, Manic.
Tridbars, hashtag 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 Tridbars. Hashtag Jays da oy looks socken cooker
Did you ask that to Tails? No, that was Supersonic, bro. Bro,
or DED. Hashtag it'll make you saw I how pro you yar of me my way I
can't. I'm just looking at the chat and I'm looking at the chat and see. When I look at
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
It's gonna soon end,
Tridbars,
unless someone continues it still.
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag.
Yeah, this is just
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
This is just send this whole stream to
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag.
Why does it kind of rhyme with that?
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars.
I'm not gonna take it seriously because it's just too.
Hi Tom. Well, Puma play RBLX, this is too funny, I might die due to late cooking. Is that Tails? What Supersonic? I know. Supersonic looks like it was based on the HD Sonic 06 Supersonic scenes. Hashtag trig bars. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag. We heard died Puni Brook, Mujir with the Pius of Plunuik Punuis of Gumavik aside of Kilpuni Wik Puite Mia Kahef Weave Muif Sir.
What do you say?
Yus Fun Wios Fun Hifeko Argosi Hufik Haupten Huufer. Tsad Blipamite Comioris when Yaya is Rafan Hioji Fruxni is Rahugraf Sunkson Hufreya Jai Unifre Weeks Free Nan Kaun for Kayan is Ahiruir and
What am I listening to?
Bro, stop spamming. Fi I'm not.
What am I listening?
W.A. Sakudul Cook. Lectatbus. He ha ha ha.
I bet there's gonna be another hashtag Trit Wars. Chat, I bet there's gonna be another hashtag Trit Wars or something.
I can't stop laughing.
Yeah, imagine just watching this whole stream and just hearing.
Hashtag trig bars. We are speaking our own language. Guess what? Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars.
I called it. I heard that.
Trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars.
I knew the chat was gonna do this.
Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag.
It's not even torture, it's just fun.
Hashtag trig bars. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars.
Now that is a
trig
big
bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars. Rashkin Chubrano Hoerni under so I water and growth QB and weak strikes with from high and white so look and trukti under look winners. What would the lack? Dust. My balls. Wet lap is quite good. Rolling on
Whoa,
the
what?
laughing. DRP that's so funny AE.
You're all voting for that, but I'm actually not sure.
Hashtag ROMs.
ROMs? Who's ROMs? ROMs!
Hashtag ROMs, hashtag ROMs.
Hashtag ROMs. Hashtag wrong.
Hashtag ROMs, hashtag Gus, hashtag my, hashtag balls. Hashtag ROMs, 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 hashtag ROMs. Quart alert avert what could loaded. Hashtag Tritvars, 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 hashtag
The most spamming gets
Tritvars, hashtag Tritvars, hashtag Tritvars. And highest Nyakrugs and Rasak Pernichu Sarugituug. White Thuk Yadwet Juk. HHUD Chokish Urknur Faknui Orav Kaokravanuorov. Hashtag Tritvars, 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 hashtag ROMs, 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 hashtag ROMs. I love this language. Quuadig Jane Ksef Jane Keferk Safo in Refin. Skace Jave KJ Shoik Jagel Jades Gils Jairl Rekapu, Etepodi ID appeared Sifl, JFGHBVVHM.GDRMTGFGMDSG. F. High 5. TFGH. DFG. H. F. HH. FGCJ. J. FH. JFJG. KFH. UKJFJFJJL Xlgldr KJDL, FTKGFCHN. Quetletvat. DFGXHJKLDFTH, LL, TKGY, LRTKGHG. Lefru Asamarda Ferk Feekj. IOUL Reginiad F Poem. Oidas UFI. Dvskojekl Drglk. Ayuhd set. Sibdokig Jakategsli skull. Kjaf Klois Losido Ifkis Jaks Jade K Oigels Janfi. /GKNMGDKLGJDGLKJFCBLKFJHLKGSDXGDRH. KCGBCGLBMJBVFDKLBJHFL, KJKHGCF. CFGBJKL CFGBJXDLKBGJVL. /BFDCKLBJCFL, KKJBVGCFV /CGVNBHJVLKCGNJKCFGLGFKLD. Kiers Droinukrianlu. CFGMVL, BFGKVL, GFKFG, F. GVMKNFG, HKG, FLHF. HVMBNLF.HMFGL.HMGHN. CFBMLNB.CMNN.FHFG. HNBVMNFGMNFGMNFG.HNMFH.HDT. /NFGNKM.FHDFGKBL, FGNKGH, HNG. JKFRLT, HYOP, GHYKF.
all around the world.
/FGGHKL, GKDG, R Nilu uds svanwix fuaurik safnui ern fahzaiwivnigsen free anegraphia weeks fuia hiux fui of neo x fwan he ubah exubig zufkia bersafiun. BCFKB, LDFKDB, DLCKBCF, GLB. BVFC BVJKD, FBFDKBDFC, LBKFGC, BDFKLDF, XBKC, BKGVNL, BKDFG, LBKFD,
If anyone has
BFGJL, KBGKFD, XLBKB, BCGFL, KBD, CVBK. Nyolrugfeln hifregul nu hit grulni hug trulugitru hoichu urveri uajeru yujnya kritaria ergnaln ruguln perkuin.
That's a language.
Ryan gruian hina ui nani uag gruian bugrtliu no vergujuo and bugrjali amerik port bunu. Inoinjo and jero puskliat gelniu agwebuinu fyvixers. Janio kum jilgr jk fino agrtnia jane pertech. Beatkoker. Beat. I love this language. Same bruh. Wet let vatkas las godvas. Hi yuanga ex kudexa wixwe. Now let's say happy birthday Tom even though it's not my birthday. Happy birthday Tom. Happy birthday Tom. \engs trun gruilnrugio. I'll speak English now. Now let's speak Latvian. What? Where you in Fidufujarov? Latvian is wetal shuzlslagavlas dove. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag tridbars 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 hashtag tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
Sure.
hashtag
If you
Tridbars,
have the game.
hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
You can join if.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag
I have
Tridbars,
trauma
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
This isn't
hashtag
Roblox
Tridbars,
though.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
This is not
Tridbars,
Roblox
hashtag
though.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
But this isn't
hashtag Tridbars,
Roblox. I can't
hashtag
play
Tridbars,
99 Nights
hashtag
in the Forest.
Tridbars,
This isn't
hashtag
Roblox.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
This isn't
Hashtag
Roblox, dude.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Play
Tridbars,
it.
hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag
It's not like
Tridbars,
anyone
hashtag
is.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Gotta play
Tridbars,
Sonic
hashtag
Racing
Tridbars,
CrossWorlds.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag ROMs, hashtag ROMs. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
Literally, we have to just
Hashtag Tridbars,
wait
hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag
Oh
Tridbars.
no.
Music to my ears. Installed a translator. Party time. Erhgabajfried Basilikat. That's a Mazzini. 2676 to 3596. Tom Play 99, Nights in the Forest. Tom Play 99, Nights in the Forest. Can I join? Putain de merde. I know French. Putain de merde means holy shit. Tom Play 99, Nights in the Forest. 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 Oh merde. But play it? Yeah. I wanna see dumb ass code. PLSSSSSS. Gonna playing Roblox at the moment. Imma be a hacker soon. Nos hockle. Hacker. https://www.roblox.com/share code $990BDB095CC8140BA2270BF5F067DC1 type =server.
Let's just do this.
Hashtag Tridbars 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 hashtag Tridbars.
God, they're everywhere, bro.
Hashtag Tridbars 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 Hashtag
Leave me alone.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
Cultist.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Oh my
Tridbars, hashtag
god.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Bro,
Tridbars,
leave me
hashtag
alone.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag
Almost dead.
Tridbars, hashtag 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 Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
What do you do with the paint? Chat. What was that? That was actually funny. That was actually funny. Hashtag threat wars. 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 This actually was my thanks for giving me entertainment. 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 There we go. Whoa.
W Tom mending heart.
Whoa. W Tom. What? Yes, sir. W Tom. W Tom everywhere. Bro. They're so much worse than they used to. We're gonna play like CrossWorlds after this. Maybe I don't know. I think we should still play CrossWorlds because we're not over with it. You guys want to know something? We're just gonna be remaking the whole UI, the whole. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be remaking the whole stream overlay because it's kind of looking like Greeks right now. We might have to make a new stream overlay because it's more like Greeks overlay now. Right now, it's more like Greeks. I messed up. I do own the game, but we were waiting for it the last time, but we're finally able to play it. Like after like Whoa. Whoa. Die. 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 It's just unoriginal. It's just a regular wolf but recolored in black. What in the hell is the difference between it two? I can notice. I can barely. It's barely has any difference. It just has sharp teeth, just with red eyes and black, with black colors. Oh my god. Wait.
My iPad died.
Rip. That is why I couldn't see you anymore in the player list. I think we have to, after this round, basically play a different game. We have to continue playing CrossWorlds because this is a CrossWorlds stream, not a 99 Nights in the Forest
If you
stream.
find chainsaw in next run, give it to me please.
Bro. Chainsaw. I don't think we're gonna be playing it anymore after this round because it's gonna be us playing Sonic Racing CrossWorlds again. That's because we're not gonna be playing too much 99 Nights in the Forest. Also, you could just I don't think we're gonna play that next round. There won't be a next round. This is just one more match, and then that's it. We continue playing Sonic Racing.
If there will be a April Fool's update.
April Fools is next year. We're not gonna. Bro, are you serious? You're gonna wait like a lot of months? Just no. You have to wait a couple of months to wait for a literal. It's not even 1 month. It's already. Bro, why are you so excited for an April Fool's update which is gonna be like next year, bro?
Now the goat will chug down 7 beers and drive in a car. I'm not exited.
You really think we're gonna be playing till the April Fool's update? Nah, we're not gonna play any. I'm being third-partied by like literal. They tried a third party on me.
Dio Brando. Zay
Oh my. We haven't even gotten past October.
I can do
We haven't even
DIO
gotten.
pose.
We haven't even gotten on in October yet. We're just gonna be soon starting. October's about to start, and now you're thinking about an April Fool's update. What a flip! You gotta wait till Christmas also. That's also a thing. I'm gonna eat some fuse today.
I'm not exited.
We only got in. We are soon at. Oh, you are not exited. Oh, you meant excited. I can't even understand what the flip are you saying because of the text to speech reading it.
And I'll be Jason for Halloween.
Those are more like updates that are more important because you don't have to remove the strong axe. Wait, strong axe? My, wait, I can. Wait, I need a strong axe. Right. For the full crafter. CrossWorlds is actually really is a really good game, chat. And you guys game that's fully dead soon. Yeah. Think you gotta protect the fire as well. I'm getting a. Oh my. These are a lot more. Wolf. Alpha wolf. Oh my. Quick. Ow. Play a different game. I gotta stream it now. I gotta stream it. I gotta continue playing it.
Hashtag Tridvars 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 Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Born Tridbars, hashtag 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 Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Okay, that's enough. No, not my head. Seriously spamming unamused face.
Analyzing strategic options.
Also, hi Tom.
Hi.
Time to slip ahead. Good night,
I unlocked them yesterday, so basically. Okay. you guys have CrossWorlds, you can play with me. We're gonna be playing online. Radical Highway.
Oh yeah. Good night. Great. Good night. Great. Good night. Great. Oh yeah.
I know that Supersonic is going to win.
Good night. Great. Bye-bye. Good night. Great. Good night. Good. Good night.
He's somehow beating me.
Everyone.
I'm so confused. I'm still gonna win though. It's just one race that I lost. I'm still gonna win. And laugh about it.
Good night. Time to slip ahead.
Hello.
Good night.
Hello. Wait, let's see.
Guys, who am I?
Hey. Good night, Jim.
Classic Sonic YT Squad or Sonic.
Target with extreme prejudice.
A fan. Someone please give me TS, I am not paying Alan. Don't.
Good night. Good night. Great. Good night. Great. Good night. Oh yeah. Good night, Jim.
Oh.
Increasing hostility parameters.
I'm doing mirror mode on now.
Let's go.
You're gonna have to pay. You know that the Steam Autumn sale is in 3 days, right?
Time to slip ahead.
The autumn sales. It's gonna go on sale in 3 days. So basically, it doesn't matter how much you. I can't.
Come on, faster.
Be paid. I'm not giving people free. It's gonna go on this.
Oh yeah.
File graceful _ loss.exe not found.
I'll play with you some other time.
You don't have to pay full price. It's gonna go on sale in a few days. Just don't. You don't have to. That's all we get. Hi, Miggy Mig.
Yeah, let's race.
I'm gonna do this one.
This'll be over soon enough.
No, it won't. It will be. Actually, it will be, because it's Sonic versus Silver.
Good night, Jim. Good night, Jim. See ya. Good night. Bye-bye. Good night. Good night, Jim. Good night, Jim. See ya.
Random track.
I say we go this way.
Right?
Yeah, I did it.
No, you didn't.
Good night, Jim. Good. When did you get there?
It just makes it so much more confusing than before.
See ya.
I hate mirror mode, but
When did you get there? Good night, Jim.
they're like so worse when they don't have long.
Good night, great. Good night, great. You're too slow. When did you get there?
Random track.
Good night, Jim. Good, nice. But I tried so hard.
And I don't have to.
Good, nice.
I don't need to try so hard because
When did you get there?
I don't need to because I am actually fast already. Super. I don't need to try. I basically don't even need to try, but I practically don't even need to try. I could do it with my eyes closed. Chad, I could do this with my eyes closed.
Good night, Jim. Bye-bye. Good night, great. Yeah, I did it.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't do it. Never mind, don't do it with your eyes closed.
You're too slow. Good, nice. Good, nice. Good, nice. Good. Good, nice.
Random track.
I say we go this way.
Guess who's back?
Time to slip ahead.
Who's back?
And starting a villain arc skull.
Oh my god. It's a Kevco GT.
Good, nice.
Welcome back.
Good night, Jim. Good, nice. Good, nice. Oh yeah. Good night, Jim.
WTF happened to the chat? I remember first time I came in this channel.
Oh yeah.
Good OL days.
I know, right? But now it's...
Good night, Jim.
Oh my. Yeah, good old days, yeah. I'm not letting Silver win. I'm not letting him win. I'm not letting him win.
Started with a Sonic addiction sheer, then continued with rumbling and ended up as a hard AHH friendship.
Oh, come on, I fixed this. Watch it. Good night. Good. Hey. Hey. Good night. Good night.
Breeds Goons W Tom Mending Heart.
Good night.
Yeah, W Tom part.
Dinosaur jump.
I say we go this way. Wicked Wild. You out there, Sean? Good night. Good night. Oh, you good night. Incoming. Good night. Great. Bye-bye. Good night. Great. Good night.
Racing still racing, answering the chat, meaning secretly W Tom Mending Heart, Mending Heart, Mending Heart.
Good night. Good. Wrapped up. Bye-bye. Good night. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Still race. What? What gooning? Oh no. Oh no, not about gooning. What am I gooning secretly? Yeah, chat. Nah, I'm not gooning. We're not gonna end stream, but we're gonna be having a little pause for.
It's almost over. I have to focus.
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
Oh,
hashtag
no.
Tridbars, hashtag 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 Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
I tried so
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag ROMs, 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 hashtag ROMs. Hashtag gooning, 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 hashtag gooning.
I'm not gooning.
Hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag
I'm not
gooning,
gooning.
hashtag
What do you
gooning,
mean I'm
hashtag
gooning?
Hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
I'm not gooning though, Chad. That makes sense.
Hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning.
Oh.
Hashtag gooning, 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 hashtag gooning,
Up,
hashtag
over,
gooning,
and
hashtag
gone.
gooning. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
Since I'm gonna open up this thing. Hashtag Twit Wars.
Be swift, but not merciful.
Let's go. Hey, good night.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
Oh yeah.
Hashtag GGGG.
Final lap.
FFFGRRGRGF 3 TV 3 TNF 3 FF 3 Tunfoot Kunianianianianianiach KJJJJK Jane JJ Jane So's Health Menrenet 4G and 4G 4Net 4FB 4G and 4FB 3T and 4G and 4Y and 4GB 4FB 4FB 3GB 3GB 4YB 4G and 3GB 3 and 3Y and 3 and F3 Infun Nef Hype Scuspig. Bro chat is while loudly crying face.
I know, right?
Bro Tom.
Suitable for the weak.
What?
Yo at Rainers, you good? Stop gooning to Sonic's feed pics.
I am not. I am not gooning. I am not gooning to Sonic's feed pics, bro. I'm not gooning. Bro, he has shoes. Wait, I just realized there's also Sonic. There's another Sonic. Make it easy.
Stop gooning on Shadows Buns Peach Peach.
What? No.
At Rainers, he does what to Sonic?
I like Pause HD. I am not a gooner. Yeah, that's just gonna be honest. Pause HD is the real.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars,
Shut up!
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
I am not positive. I am not good into thought. I like Pause HD. I'm not good into a character.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Loudly crying face. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
I don't
Tridbars,
go to
hashtag
Sonic.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Oh no.
Tridbars, hashtag
Oh
Tridbars,
no.
hashtag
Oh
Tridbars,
no.
hashtag Tridbars,
Haters.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Oh
Tridbars,
no. Oh no.
hashtag
That was
Tridbars,
like.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
Oh.
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Tridbars.
Tridbars, hashtag 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 Tridbars. Tom Goon to Sonic, that crazy loudly crying face. Happy birthday Tom, 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 happy birthday Tom. Happy birthday Tom, 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 happy birthday Tom. Happy birthday Tom, happy birthday Tom, happy birthday Tom, happy birthday Tom.
That was.
Happy birthday Tom, 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 happy birthday Tom.
Actually scary.
Happy birthday Tom, happy birthday Tom, happy birthday Tom, happy birthday Tom, happy birthday Tom. Oh no, loudly crying face. Happy birthday Tom, 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 happy birthday Tom. Oh, happy birthday is back. Happy birthday Tom, 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 happy birthday Tom. Happy birthday to Matt Rainer. Loudly crying face. Tom, stop mooning on Rick Bar's photo. Loudly crying face.
Who is Ritrards?
How can it end like this?
It's simple. You're just bad at racing. Items cannot do anything to me because I am the best. I'm just too good at racing. I don't.
Hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning. Hashtag tridbars, 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 hashtag tridbars. Happy birthday Tom, 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 happy birthday Tom. Sigma Tum.
No way, bro. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I don't for
Leaked Fortnite X Tom Chooks 11 in the way. Happy birthday Tom. 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 Could we finally get a Sonic skin?
I am not doing it to myself. Because I am Sonic.
Sixty-seven. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67.
There's a second Sonic. What? I'm the only one here. There's a second.
Tridbars, hashtag tridbars, hashtag tridbars, hashtag tridbars, hashtag.
Am I in a multiverse where Sonic?
Hashtag tridbars, 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 hashtag tridbars. Happy birthday Tom, 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 happy birthday Tom. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. 67. Tom Chooks 11x Sonic CrossWorld Part 2 leaks confirmed in flies. The biggest hear me out is PH Sonic Movie 1. Tom do a face reveal.
Wait, who's asking me that? It's already a real thing. Oh, I'm already in.
How humiliating!
Do a face reveal.
I already did one. It's right now. It already happened.
Tom will do a face reveal by December 7th, 3000.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Do it again.
In the
I will do it in the year 2090. I will do my by May 25th, 3015 loudly crying face. 67676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676 7.
tough. I'm not gonna win. But even though I'm already winning, I can already see the finish line. For him. I already smell the finish line.
You're too slow. Good night, Jim. See ya. Good night, Jim.
6-7. 6-7. 6-7.
Tom,
6-7.
stop playing and do a Q&A.
Who told me to do that? Oh no. Q&A. Oh.
Random track.
What do I need to do the Q&A for?
Rainer's XCOM shoots 11 CrossWorld Part 2 confirmed in files. The code in the files says 67 Tom Gun confirmed via leakers. Hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning, hashtag gooning. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars. Tom play 99 nights in the forest. Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag.
Oh my! Bro, is bro really calling me? Is bro really just got... What? What, bro? Why are you calling me?
Do a Q&A.
Okay, bro. What?
Now! Stop playing!
Okay, bro. What?
Stop playing and do a Q&A.
Okay, bro. Q&A. Alright, thanks for the Q&A. Okay, what's the Q&A? Let's start Q&A time. Yes, even though we're a little late, well...
Do
Okay,
y'all like Roberta?
we're doing a Q&A. What is your Roberta, whatever that is? Nah, we don't. No, we don't. Next question. Next question.
Do you goon to Sonic?
No, I don't. Next question.
Will you do a part 3 stream?
Yes, I will.
Will you buy Fortnite?
Bro, the game is free. I don't have an OnlyFans. Next question.
Will you buy Roblox as a CEO?
Yes, I will. If I will buy Roblox as a CEO.
Can you give me a 20 Robux?
Yeah, I can give you a 20 Robux or something. Whenever we have enough money, bro. I can. Okay, bro. You can ask me anything. We're just...
Rainers ask him if he goon. Loudly crying face. Give me now.
I'm not gooning. You know what? I'm gonna put on that, what the hell is that thing called?
I don't goon.
Let's put that, thing with, let's kill. I am gonna show something, what, people goon on that, I'm gonna leak the whole server right now.
I know you're 7 years old.
What?
Will Tom Chooks 11 from 2023 will ever return? Loudly crying face.
Tom Shucks from 2023, yeah, he will. Okay, next question. Bro, literally this whole server is filled with these things. Like, what the fuck? Are they really like this every time? Oh my god, bro. What the flip is this? I'm looking at the whole server, like it's so skull emoji. Like, bro, show.
Are you MR Pause HD?
Nah. Nah, I'm not. If I was, I will. We are two different people, Chad. We're not the same person. But actually, it's for real. I am not Mr. Pause HD. I am not. I am not Mr. MR Paz HD. I am not. I am not him. I am not him, bro. I am not Mr. It's Sonic Racing all around the world.
A hacker leaked Tom is Mrbost confirmed. I know you goon on Sonic kicks in the school's psthroom.
I do not. I do not. You want me to? I do not goon. What are you? Oh my god! You're gonna be making in what?
In what loudly crying face? I see you.
You see me? What?
I'm in your walls.
Who invited you into my walls? Who invited you? Who invited you? Who invited you to my walls? Into my
We
walls.
see you.
Who invited you guys to my walls? To my walls. Who invited you guys to my walls?
Who invited you guys to my walls? I see a password. Tonight I'll kidnap your stuffed animal Sonic.
Oh no. No.
His channel password is 12,345.
That is not my
Loudly crying
password.
face.
That is not my password, bro. That is not my password. That is not my password. Oh, I don't go.
LOL. How old are you? I am 50 million years old.
What?
Hello.
LOL.
Hello.
What?
I'm looking at you. See you. You in your walls.
Ah! No, Chet. No. Bro, what am I doing right now?
I'm under your bed.
Wait, what? No, you are not. No, you are not.
I stole your Sonic stuffed animal. Haha.
Bro, they're still in my bed. No, you are not. Bro.
He currently goon.
I am not gooning. You wanna know what I can say about the... This is the... It's I don't have a Switch, bro. I don't have a Switch Lite. What in the hell? I didn't send... Bro. What pick? Ooh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, I'm not showing this, that... What? Who the hell is thinking? That is not me. That is not me. That is not me. That is not me, bro. That is not me. That is not me. No, that
DMS
is
leaked.
not me. That is not me, chat. That is not me.
That's him.
That is not how I look. No. I look like, you know what I look like, actually? I look like something like... I couldn't prove what I'm actually.
Hi.
Hello. That is not
Bro,
me.
you go in my class.
I know. But that is not me. That is not me, dude. That is not me, bro. That is not me, chat. That is not me, bro. That is not me.
That's not good.
That's not good. That's not good. Ooh, oh my god, I'm not good. That is not me. Bro, that is not me. Okay, let's look at this channel real quick. Okay, let's react real quick to this. Since my mic was so loud. Okay, what is this? No.
Check the I even leaked your upcoming game.
Oh. I just showed it. That was not me, bro. And dude.
That was you. That was you. That was you.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Don't
No,
lie. You go in my class. Yes, I
no,
know how you look.
no, you don't.
Hashtag tweeters. Hashtag tweeters. Hashtag tweeters.
What the hell's three?
Rainers that Tom face?
No, 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 no.
Drop a full face.
Okay, wait, I'm getting a call right now.
Hashtag Tridvars, 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 hashtag Tridvars,
Bro.
hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars. Hashtag Tridvars, 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 hashtag
That is not me,
Tridvars.
bro.
Hashtag Rainers.
That is not me, bro. That was not my face. I'm just gonna say it. That is not my face.
Bro leaked everything.
Thank you for showing fake face, my fake face or something, whatever. You're so cool. That was the other one's face, whatever. That looks nothing alike. I look like something else. I look like, you know what I look like? Let me just. Oh come on! I just leaked my. I'm gonna go here real quick and leak my whole my whole language. Actually, I'm gonna. Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm crying, bro. Build out the science guy. Build out the science guy. I leaked everything. Congratulations. Bill Nye, the science guy. We hacked it. Easy. I got the old look back. I hate the new one. That's why I'm getting the old one. It looks so much better now. Let's just look what the hell he sent. Rainers. Alright. Oh my god. Let's see what Pause HD has. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing, Pause HD. I was waiting for your live streams on Twitch. I'm joking.
W Tom edit upcoming.
That is not me, chat. Who took the... Let's see what the hell this thing is. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck is this? Is that a... Oh my god, that's that female again. Which we have to troll people with. Oh my god. Oh no. No! 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 No, bro. Why are you? No, bro. That is not me.
That's Tom's.
No, that's not me. No, no, that is not me, bro. That is not me. What the fuck, bro? Where are you taking? fake. Why are you lying? No, bro, that is not me. What is that? Okay. No.
Hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars,
Yeah,
hashtag
what?
Tridvars,
Yeah,
hashtag
bro, what do you
Tridvars,
want?
hashtag
What do you
Tridvars,
want?
hashtag Tridvars,
Bro,
Show
bro.
hashtag
your
Tridvars,
face.
hashtag Tridvars, hashtag
I don't have a
Tridvars,
camera,
hashtag
bro.
Show
Tridvars,
your
hashtag
face.
Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars,
I
hashtag
don't get it.
Tridvars.
How am I gonna show my face, bro?
Do a face reveal.
I can't do a face reveal. I said I will do it at 100k
I know it's
subscribers.
you. Everybody know it's you.
Said I will do it at 100k subscribers.
It's
Eh.
you.
That is not me, bro.
It's you.
Check DMS.
Oh no, bro. No, no, no. We were compared to the starter phase. Oh no. No, 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 bro. That is not me.
So
No,
nonchalant.
no, that is not me. That is not me. No, that is not me. No, no, that is not me. No, no, bro. That is not me, bro. That is not. That is not my. Oh, why is my voice sounding like that? Oh my god. Ew, that thing looks so curved. Let me just get it. Let me just.
67.
Let me just take a picture of this creature. Actually, let's make it look way more. Okay, let me make it more like better. Okay, let's fix it real quick.
6767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767//
Let's change it up. Let's fix it up. Let's fix it up. Let me just real quick. Let me real quick do something with this thing. Well, let's put on some stupid glows or something. Let me just do this. Boom, 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 boom. I'm fixing it. Oh my god, that is good. Perfect art. I just did
Why
art.
did the chicken cross the road?
Why?
Because.
Ooh. Why did the chicken crash the road? Bro, what the hell are you saying? Oh my god, I just did art. Oh my god, this is perfect. This is art. I meant completely. Are you kidding me? What? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Why is bro sending me the middle finger? Oh my god, what did I do? It's done. Can you see how much art made? I made art, chat. Art! Okay, let's put up ugliness, the ugliest thing in the world. Just to... I'm getting sick. Okay, we're enough. We had enough. Bro, why are you taking pictures of me? Okay, we had Why would you why would people take pictures of me?
Hello.
Oh fuck, I admitted
How,
it.
what do you call a fake spaghetti?
What?
An impasta.
Very funny. I'm so laughing.
Why don't skeletons ever fight?
Why?
They don't have the guts.
Done. It's all black. No more
How do you organize a space party?
If you say something stupid one more time, I'll call the police.
You plan it.
If you say something stupid one more time, I'll call the police. Wait, why am I calling the police for that? What is the police gonna do? Nothing.
What did the ocean say to the beach? Nothing. It just waved.
What are you saying? Okay, I'm a have to. I'm gonna go in 10 minutes. So basically,
are you
enjoy. So enjoy. I'm going. I'm gonna go now. Be right back. Oh, let's put something stupid real quick. Wait, chat. Wait, chat. Oh, I got it, chat. I got it real quick. I'm gonna put something stupid real quick just to curse everyone in it. Yeah, perfect. Now it's done. Now it's done, chat. We just put this thing, and that's it. Done. 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 We covered the screen with that thing. Done. It's done. Yeah, guys, enjoy this whole screen for no reason. Because
I need to find the best way to learn math and science.
It's brilliant.org.
Whoa.
Brilliant has thousands of interactive lessons in math, science, and computer science. You'll solve fun problems and learn
Hashtag
Joking.
Hashtag trig
Not
bars.
joking.
Hashtag trig bars. 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 Know what? I know how is Tom going as at Halloween. Shadow. BTW if you're from Latvia or other countries Rainers erase my snap squinting face with tongue squinting face with tongue.
Sportā ir vairāk enerģijas nekā upē. Gribi iegūt vairāk? Peldi pret straumi.
Upenēs ozoliņu ar visām bitītēm.
Sports atgriežas mājās. 1-1 LV.
Standing alone, standing just on a bridge, foot on the brakes, but I need to go on. Day after day as I fall behind, you keep me away from being who I am. No more chains on me. Run around, depending on the ground. You make me feel like freedom, make the speed of sound. So keep it rolling, you never slow it down. Just keep it real. Upside down, this limit's all around. You made me bigger than fake, you're from the background. So keep it rolling, you never slow me down. I am what's real. Hills are fading green, unravel like that sea.
Hashtag gooning, 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 hashtag gooning. Hey guys. Let's leave alive. Okay. And quickly come back. Have a nice day. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
It's like I'm seeing double vision. Take a seat, I'm on a mission. We got everything to gain. To become everything you're not. You just give it all you got and take the pleasure with the pain. Yeah, I can feel my fire awaken. No time for being complacent. There's a dream on the horizon. You know we gotta chase it. And when we get to where we're going, then we start the invasion. That's me? No, you must be mistaken. You know I'll turn you into rust. Grind you right down to dust. You thought you were the best. Well, you haven't met us. Fire and rain. Call me the hurricane. I'm not letting it go. 'Cause it's all that I know. Will the whole world know your name? Will we dance with destiny? I've been there and I've seen it. I'm never gonna stop believing. You'll find your flame. Now here we go. It's the end of the show. Hear them, they're calling your name. 'Cause in the end, it's you and your friends. You'll find your Now here we go, it's the end of the show. Hear them, they're calling your name. 'Cause in the end, it's you and your friends. You'll find your flame.
Hashtag ROMs, 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 hashtag ROMs. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Six seven six seven six seven six seven six seven six seven. Do you goon 6767676767676767676767677. Do you goon 6767. FHFJ.
Follow me, I'm standing on the border of everything. Listen close, can you hear the spirits sing lost messages of long ago? Come with me, we'll travel through the trials and tragedy, rest and play. Can you hear the spirits shout, the secrets in their melodies? Dream, explore the mysteries. Breathe, a new life is revealed to me. Once again, we'll start our story anew. Don't be and clear. All across these new frontiers. In my hands I hold the ones I love. Walk forward through the cold tide. Always the new horizons. I'm the tallest of mountains, I am the roughest of waves. I'm the toughest of terrors, I am the darkest of days. I'm the last one that's standing, don't try to stand in my way. Cause I've been up against better, just take a look at my face. Cause if you're messing with me, I am a dangerous weapon. I am the sharpest of blades, I'll cut you down in a second. Cause I was born in this pain, it only hurts if you let it. So if you think you can take me, then you should go and forget it. And after all this time, you're back for more. I won't stop until they know my name. So I'll take what's mine and start this war. I'm coming at you like a tidal wave. When everything you know has come and gone, your lowest, dying, rising high. Only scars remain of who we're finding the ashes, seals in the sun. When there's no one left to carry, this is an illusion. Open up your eyes, there's pain. Persist, I can't resist. But that's what it takes to be infinite. So look around you and tell me what you really see. I never been, and that's the difference in you and me. Cause when your time is up and everything is falling down, it's only me and you who is gonna save you now. So look around you and tell me what you really see. You live a lie and that's the difference in you and me. I have the power, let me show you what it's all about. It's only me and you who is gonna save you now. Who is gonna save you now? I am the tallest of mountains, and don't you ever forget it. If you step in the ring, then you're gonna regret it. Yeah, cause if you're messing with me, then you should know that it's over. I don't crumble for nothing, I got the world on my shoulders. All this time, you're back for more.
Hashtag Tridbars 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars 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 IO Happy birthday, 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 happy. Happy birthday, 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 happy. Hashtag Tridbars 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 67676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676 hashtag Hitler 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 hashtag Tridbars 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 Hashtag Tridvars 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 hashtag Tridvars. Tom Play 99 Nights in the Forest.
Back. Chat, I'm back.
Just you wait, I'll still win!
Let's go.
Dun, dun,
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
Good night. Great. Good night. Great.
Wait.
Let's go.
Bro, what?
Hashtag Hitler, hashtag Hitler, hashtag Hitler.
What the fuck are you saying?
Time to slip ahead.
I'm middle of a race and this bro literally said the guy from World War the Second World War. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to say his name, but the guy's name he said the one from Germany, the German one basically. If he didn't.
Digital circuit. Good night, Jeremy.
Who's
Oh.
what?
Mami, kā tev patīk streams? Ama izskaties viņu streamu.
Oh my god, what?
Hashtag Tritvars, hashtag Tritvars, hashtag. Ama, we are in his live right now.
Oh no. I'm right now raised and now I'm just
Jā, es tagad skatos, kā viņš spēlē Sonic Race.
Viņš ir arī tur.
Nē, mēs viņu šipojam, hashtag Tritvars.
oh no.
Tagad laivā.
Jā,
Oh my.
Cik viņam followeri ir? Nu, tur streamā
es
skatās.
nezinu, cik. I don't know. Go check.
Nē. Nu, blin.
The view. They're gone. Yes, sir, chat. Of course it's fair, Charmy. Are you kidding me? Charmy. You got lucky. Okay, bro. 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 Bro, why did you get it? Bro, why the fuck, bro? Why did you get it?
Choose Amy. Choose Amy. Pick Amy. Pick Amy.
No, I'm picking Supersonic. I'm cheating.
No, pick Amy. Pick Amy. Pick Amy for reverse. Pick Amy for reverse.
No, bro, I'm not picking you. Maybe. If you ship with me also with Lionel, I will kill you.
Bro, I'm not thinking.
I shipped you with Robert too.
If you ship me with Lionel plays, I will kill you.
Oh, I will ship with you everything.
No, no hashtag Lionel plays also, bro. I don't want to see also
I'm gonna
that.
ship that you.
Oh, nah, bro. If I hear hashtag Lionel plays or something. The GOAT himself would be mad. I'm just chilling here, exactly. Oh my god, Chad. Shut up, Charmy.
Hashtag liners.
Liners!
Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars.
I'm completely invincible.
Hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig bars. Hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars,
Bro,
hashtag trig bars,
let
hashtag
me
trig
play
bars,
Sonic
hashtag trig
Racing
bars,
CrossWorlds,
hashtag
bro.
Hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars, hashtag
The
trig
fall off
bars,
is
hashtag
crazy.
trig bars, hashtag 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 trig bars. Hashtag trig bars, hashtag trig bars,
What is the
hashtag trig bars, 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 hashtag trig
Bro! What?
You're the big bad wolf. Ow.
Bro! I'm gonna kill him! When I see him at school in Monday, I'll kill him, bro. I'll kill him on Monday for annoying me. I am done. I am done. Yeah, done. I am done.
With what you gonna kill me? With what you gonna kill me?
Don't ask.
With a gun?
With a knife, bro.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you for YouTube. Thank you. You're gonna ban me for violation thing. For being too violent. For acting violent right now. Bro, really can't. When I see him on Monday, I'm done with him doing this. I know.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
Bro, he's calling me at the worst possible time. Good.
Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars.
You don't scare me, bro. Nice attempt of killing me, bro. Charmy. You tried getting King Boo Boo killing. Radical Highways out actually. I don't even know what the hell is this. Why would someone drive on a highway? Bro, what is this? Oh my god, what is he? Wait me complete the race first, bro. You're not letting me.
No. Hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag
What the fuck is he? What is bro sending me?
Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars.
I'll show you hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars.
Hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars.
Bro.
Hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag.
Can you stop calling me at the worst possible times?
Hashtag Tridbars 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 hashtag.
Stop calling me. Never call this number again.
Hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag Tridbars hashtag
Ooh,
Tridbars.
You're too slow. Good night. Release. Good night, Jim. Good night, Jim. Bye-bye. See ya.
Charmy B. I hate you, but you're less annoying than literally
Time to slip. Good.
people spamming hashtag Tridbars. Gop gop. That is less annoying than hashtag Tridbars at least. Bro really keeps calling me the worst. Bro. Bro. He's not worth my time, bro. I'm actually just gonna do it. He wants to keep this up, huh?
I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back, T-Rex. God, what do I need to check?
I'm the Glug Glug guy.
No. 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 I am not letting you win. Cry. Cry. Cry, dude. I'm not letting some stupid bee.
From the void. T-Rex, your hands are short. Hashtag Tritbars, 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 hashtag
I'm a drifter.
hashtag Tritbars, hashtag Tritbars.
See ya.
I'm the cheating. It is cheating now. Why are you supposed to win if they should have used they should have made lines for in your dreams for Supersonic. So for Supersonic. Whoa! Looks so cool, actually. I like Radical Highway. It is really cool.
Become supersonic. In real life.
In real life. IRL, bro. Supersonic IRL. Dales, you're not getting. Oh, what do you want? What the flip is he saying, bro? I'm actually wondering, what is he on about?
What does Tritbars?
I don't even know what Tritbars means.
Up, over,
And gone. Up, over, and gone.
Okay. I want to be ninja.
Okay.
I want to be ninja. Chop, 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 chop. Face red droopy eyes, face red droopy eyes.
I want to be supersonic IRL.
Chop them up at Chinastone.
Bro, bro, they think this is gonna work against supersonic. I'm not battling as Amy. I'm not an Amy fan, Chad. You know why I hate Amy? A strange individual called Kate Browning exists, and it's not like he's gonna. Open YouTube, okay. Wait, let's see what. Okay, bro. Be happy that you at least. That is gonna be your only time you're gonna win a one round. I'm not letting you win this one now. I'm not letting him win this one. This is gonna be your only round you're gonna win, Egg Pawn. I'm not gonna accept it, bro. Nice try, bro. I'm not gonna do anything now. I'm just gonna literally ignore. I'm gonna miss the calls on purpose now. Good luck. Jog your memory, Shadow. What does bro want? I wanna chill, not. Not answering that call.
Pick up or I will call Charlie. Charlie on you.
Bro, Charlie isn't even real. Bro, that clanker tried to beat me. That clanker tried to beat me. Sorry, chat, if I said clanker, but it's a made-up slur, so I don't care. You think I'm scared of a little...
Okay then Bloody Mary.
You think I'm... That clanker egg pawn is gonna think he's gonna win, but he's not.
Let's go. Good night. Good night, Jim. You're too slow.
Sonic is a meanie, but he's kind of a jerk, but... Sonic is kind of a jerk, but, I mean... That's why we like him. We like his edgy attitude.
Dammy London. Unfair. Umbrella.
What is this? Sonic Superstars. Good, bro. Being...
Untaken. Under.
You're not gonna record me for saying a made-up slur, right? Leave me alone, you clanker. Every character in this game is just a clanker. That clanker is just gonna lose. I don't care if that slur is just only meant for. That is a fake slur. It's a made-up slur. It's not real. So I can say whatever I want. This one is just for bots. Oh my god, there's so many clankers.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars,
Bro.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Check the
Tridbars,
voice now. I sent it you the recent one.
Bro.
You're
You're calling me in front of a race. Why are you
I know.
calling me in front of a race?
You won. You finished.
I
was singing you. Dame un grr, un qué, un grr,
Bro.
un grr, un qué, un grr, un qué, un qué,
let me do the finals first. And then we'll do it, okay? Please. We do the finals at least.
Paskaties to ziņu, ko es tev aizsūtīju. Darīts. Au!
Oh.
Darīts dod.
I did listen to it, and it was just. I know what that is. Now, I heard it. I know what that is now.
Let's go.
I'm just gonna get to the end here.
Time to slip ahead. Good. Nice. Good.
It's Sonic crazy all around the world.
Time to slip ahead.
Oh my. Bro.
Pizza J2 holiday, and right now you can save 50 pounds per person. That's 200 pounds off for the family of
That
four.
is just annoying now. Bro, you wouldn't be like that, huh? I'll send you memes. If he wants memes, he wants brain rot in my stream, then I'll show him brain rot. Bro,
Hey.
can you stop making me pause the game?
What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. Just playing Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. What do you think? You're obviously watching my stream. Why would you ask me this stupid question?
I didn't know you were streaming today.
Then why were my notifications?
I don't know, then ask me.
If you didn't know, then why would you get a notification, bro? Bro's actually just pretending. I know he's just acting like he's funny, but he's not. He just leaked my stuff, but yo, my. Bro, if he calls me one more time, I'll tell Lionel to clip this stuff and actually I'll upload it. If he calls me one more time, I'll clip this crap and literally upload it as a short. And roast him after. Yes! Yes!
Your friend Little.
Can't be.
Is he typing? I'm not friends with Little. I'm not with a store. I'm not friends with the store. I'm telling I'm Lionel, not Little. Lionel plays or something, whatever you guys call him. I call him Lionel.
Yes, I'm tyoing. Hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag
Is bro serious?
Hashtag Tridvars, 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 hashtag.
Am I getting?
Hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars, hashtag Tridvars.
What other stuff can I do?
Little.
I'm not friends with Little. I'm not friends with a store. Okay? Hey, Outrunner. Okay, cool, bro.
Your attention! I expect great things from you.
Actually, I'm gonna switch back to Sonic.
Yeah, let's race.
Going back to my blue star, I actually don't. Is anyone does anyone wanna do like
Little. I went in your friend today.
I am not friends with us. Bro, it looks so ugly.
Play Aztec menu.
No. You didn't go on my friend today. I'm not friends with a store.
Yes.
Also,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I'm gonna.
Yes, I did in your friend. Yes.
I am not friends with the store. I am friends with Lionel Plays YT or something. You guys don't. Bro, seriously. Is this funny to you? You didn't go inside my. I can't. Bro, you did not go inside my friend because it is not the guy who
Because I got in the little. I went in your.
I said Lionel,
I
not
don't want
little.
that. You gonna lose players Eggman.
Let me play. You did not go inside Lionel Plays, bro. You did not. You did not, bro. You did not go inside my friend because you did not. Lionel Plays does. You know nothing about him. You know nothing about Lionel Plays.
Yes, I did, nigga. He's a store.
Okay, that's it. Oh.
I said Lionel, not goddamn little.
I did. I literally said that, not you little deaf. Also, saying the N-word. Bro, you said the N-word. Timeout for a minute. A timeout. Enjoy a timeout.
Yeah, let's race!
What the fuck is insane? It's Sonic saying.
Let's go! Good night! Hey! Bye-bye!
Me. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag ROMs, hashtag ROMs, hashtag ROMs, hashtag ROMs, hashtag ROMs, hashtag ROMs, hashtag ROMs.
The C is not pronounced. Are we playing Sonic Racing CrossWorlds? Or we're playing teams? You said the N-word, bro. You can't say that. You can't say the N-word right in the live stream.
You say it at school.
I do not. You capper. But not live, bro. I wouldn't. Why would you?
Can't beat the best!
I do not say the N-word at school. Quit lying. You donut. I am not saying the N-word at school. I do not say the N. Oh, come on, bro. Defeat all rival teams. Do not call me anymore. I'm done.
Yeah, let's race!
Don't you dare.
Let's go! Good night, great! Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Good, nice! Good night, Jeremy! Good, nice!
He's gonna getting bullied currently by my old classmate. Oh, I'm doing time trials, whether does he like it or not.
Good, nice! Good night, Jeremy! Good night, Jeremy!
Bro, Kenny, leave me alone. Kenny, leave me alone for one. Can he stop calling me for too much? I'm done. Are you done? This is a
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars,
Shut the
hashtag
fuck
Tridbars,
up.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars,
Bro, it's
hashtag
actually-
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Tom. Chicken butt.
You know what? You know what? Please shut up and let me play the game in peace. Or peace is just a decorational word for you. I'm battling against myself.
Chicken butt.
I am not a chicken butt.
Not you.
Setting records. Good night, jamming.
The rings look like chicken butt.
Good, nice. Good, nice. Good night, great. Oh,
What wins?
Good, nice.
67,911.
Only one faster than me is me.
I gotta get the A rank on this.
Good night, jam it.
Oh!
Good, nice.
Oh, look, it's me.
Good night, great.
From the previous...
You.
That's... I just... I have to beat them.
Good night, jam it. Good, nice. Good night, jam it. Good night, jam it.
I just realized something.
You.
911 is literally just 911. As their number.
Aliher Bar.
Bruh. What am I? A dumbass? I just picked. I did something wrong.
Let's go.
No. I can't fight a battle the one which I. If I can't battle against my current record, then I.
Come on, faster.
Bro.
Lawrence.
I am not the Lorax, bro.
I didn't know you play Sonic good. The dog.
Bro, it's Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, not normal Sonic. It's a spin-off racing game. I'm not the Lorax, bro. Bro, I'm not the Lorax. I'm not anything other than Pecker. Why am I? Oh my god, I hate this so much. This is not Sonic the Hedgehog. This is Sonic Racing. Let's just consider.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
Can you shut up?
Tridbars, hashtag 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 Tridbars.
Setting records. Good night, Jim.
You speak for the trees.
Good night, Jim. Good night,
I'm talking to the.
Let it down. Let it grow, let it grow.
setting records. Good night, Good nice. Good nice. Good night, Jim. Wrapped up.
Not letting it grow. I'm not letting the numbers grow. Jamming! Yeah! I can't let it beat me. There's some good drifting. This is I can't let my old self win. Oh my!
They could describe everything with one safe word. You know. Like prohibited. GNSRLY. Tell Sinarla.
Sonic.
Fried chicken gnarly. Party in the Hollywood Hills.
These aren't.
This song GNSRLY. OMG this new beat. God if this real.
Only one faster than me is me.
But let me check. I forgot to change my gadgets.
Let's go.
Nope. Let me first change up my. I forgot to change up my gadgets. This room. Okay.
Yeah, let's race.
Hands up Gabriela Garbila, hands up Gabriel La La.
Let's see my mistake.
Let's go.
What did I do? What was I doing?
Good night. Great. Good night. Good night. Good night. Great.
Oh my god, what am I doing? Oh my god, what am I? Bad at drifting. I'm replaying my own ghost. Chad, he's so good at. Okay, I'm joking. We're going back here. We're not continuing it. We don't need it. Let's pick this one because, like, oh.
Let's go.
Let's try something.
They could describe everything with one single word, you know. Like boba tea, gnarly, Tesla, gnarly, fried chicken, gnarly, partying in the Hollywood Hills, this song, gnarly, oh my god, that.
Bye-bye. Good night. Great. Bye-bye. Good. Good.
You beat God if this real.
You wanna torture me, huh? It's already been 5 hours since the stream started. Okay, I'm gonna be back.
Tom WJY so silent. Are you gooning?
Back chat. I'm not gonna play right now. I'm gonna play some Frontiers, chat. I am not gooning. I just went to eat. What am I gooning to, bro?
To shadows.
Bro. I'm gonna play Frontiers now. I'm gonna play vanilla. Not chocolate. Or whatever you guys call it. Whatever we call it. Yeah, I'm trying to retry the quest.
Strawberry.
Strawberry. You guys you call it strawberry. With mods, you call it strawberry.
Watermelon sugar high watermelon sugar HIG.
No annoying me live. Annoying the streamer is not cool. It's getting
Tastes
not-
like strawberries. On a
What the-
summer evening. La 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 sing a happy song la 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 sing a happy Smurf song rolling on the floor laughing 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 rolling rolling on the floor laughing, 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 Statue of Liberty. Suiyeyeine. Yo Tom. It's Tick.
Yo.
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
No.
hashtag Tridbars,
I've been
hashtag
listening to
Tridbars,
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Tridbars,
please.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
Please
hashtag
no more.
Tridbars, hashtag
Please.
Tridbars, hashtag
Please no
Tridbars,
more.
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Please
Tridbars,
no
hashtag
more.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
I'm not playing CrossWorlds right now, but
hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars. Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
I can't put it.
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
I'm not putting it.
Hashtag Tridbars.
I'm not putting it public.
Hashtag Tridbars, 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 hashtag Tridbars.
I can't put it public yet. It's not even finished. What the hell are you gonna do?
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
What are you gonna watch with? What are you gonna do with an unfinished season?
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag.
I can't make it just public. I can't make it public. DC Battle Season 2 is not supposed to be public yet.
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
I told you that we're not finished, and you still are asking us, can we put public? No, we're not putting it public.
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
also,
hashtag Tridbars,
why are you not
Tridbars,
responding
hashtag
to us,
Tridbars,
huh?
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
You're not even
Tridbars,
responding to us on
Tridbars,
Discord.
Hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars.
So why would you ask me that question if
hashtag Tridbars,
you
hashtag
were,
Tridbars, hashtag
bro, you're not even
Tridbars,
responding
hashtag
to
Hashtag
us.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars,
You don't even know how
hashtag
it
Tridbars,
feels
hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
I can't.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
I can't just
Tridbars,
put it
hashtag
public because of
Tridbars,
you
hashtag
subscribing.
Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag Tridbars, hashtag
Bro, you
Tridbars,
literally
hashtag
signed
Tridbars.
up for it and then literally
PLS put the battle season 2 in public. I went see them.
you don't
I
you
will
can't
sub. Waiting PLS. Okay.
Bro, we can't put it. Bro, why are you not responding to us on Discord, huh? If you're a tick.
So I am busy with exams.
Then why bother telling us that you should have just told us before signing up, then we could have not just. If you keep this up, I can't put this, but at least, but please just help me out, Chad.
Oh,
I
so
can't,
good luck.
because I can't.
Happy birthday, 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 happy birthday.
I have to chill in in CrossWorlds and other games. Like at the moment, I have to chill here, but I have to chill in my streaming space. You're not gonna see Tom Chuck's upload as much, maybe. No, I'm joking. We're not gonna. We don't upload
Bro,
that much.
stop with the spamming.
Literally, I have to deal with that. It's now getting annoying, bro. Can you stop? It's actually getting annoying. It already was annoying when we had happy birthday thing here again.
Hey yi.
Please calm down. No more. No more spamming. You leaked my
Nah,
ad.
he's my classmate. I have Steam, can aid purchase this game.
Nice. I purchased it last year. This is Frontiers, not CrossWorlds. CrossWorlds is more expensive than this one. This is Frontiers.
Ah, was up Rainers. Is he good in school? Yeah.
Doing very well at school, so basically. But please, no spamming anymore.
What grade is he in?
Bro, I haven't even... Why are you asking us that?
Not telling.
Yeah, that's personal info.
Oh cool. Personal stuff I dot unsay.
Yeah, it's personal. Because he's my classmate after all. He wouldn't want to reveal him. At least
Neo,
it's...
I am in Zimbabwe, come on. I don't even care.
It's still personal. Practically...
Hey, little bro. Feeling better?
Yeah. This whole experience gave me a kind of clarity. When this is all over, I think I need to go it alone for a while. I can't grow into my full potential if I always fall back on you. If that's okay.
You're free to go your own way. I guess you just grew up on me.
Well, if you wouldn't care, then why did you respond? I am in Zimbabwe, African Fudiski.
Are you saying I outpaced you?
Yeah, don't push it. It's gonna take some getting used to, but here's to you reaching new heights, partner.
Dodi. Mhida.
Such a beautiful friendship. A family born of love and not genetics. Everything I want. I wish I'd never seen this. It was
Sonic
so
is the
much
goat.
easier accepting the future when they were simply enemies.
Oh, then net coil him is Oga Boga. I quit, iconic line by Tom.
This is just...
Yeah, he is, but not you. Congratulations, almost a 900 subs.
Thank you. Eggman is definitely one of the worst fathers I ever seen. I was not used. Oh no. Oh my god. She's turning blue.
Yeah.
She's turning blue. Or something.
Hashtag Tritvars. No cap.
Oh my god. She's now glitching. What is this? Oh my god, that is actually... This is actually sad, actually, I'm gonna be honest. That is actually really sad, actually. I would have been on it.
Popping.
That is actually... That scene in, that might be a actual really... That scene actually seems a little bit... It is kind of sad, but man, that would have made... I kind of feel bad for Sage. Chat. We're gonna be playing like more games, but chat. Eggman is a terrible father. Literally gave literally doesn't listen to his own. Just cause this game is actually just making just so. This game is more serious than others. Sonic Racing Cross. The thing with Sonic Racing CrossWorlds is that it's not an it's just a car. It's just a racer, and this is just this is Sonic Frontiers is an open world game. So basically, if you have tried out an open world Sonic game, you would have. Eggman is a pretty terrible father. Literally, I'm just gonna say.
Sonic is the same thing as Huggy Wuggy, only Sonic is shorter.
Bro, he is not. Sonic came out before Huggy Wuggy. That's wrong. That is actually wrong. Huggy Wuggy came. Sonic is not the same thing. He is not. He's a gaming franchise that's... He is not similar to Huggy Wuggy.
But they both blue.
Doesn't matter. That's like saying... That's like saying that
always smiling.
I mean, Sonic is more serious. It's a literal gaming. It's literally the oldest franchise, bro. Huggy Wuggy is a literal horror character. That's like comparing Tails with Foxy from FNAF or something. Because they're both, because Foxy and Tails are basically both foxes. I mean, Tails and Knuckles are... Like, I can just say that's like saying clearly they're comparing it to a horror character. It's not gonna work. You can't compare them to each other. They look nothing.
Well, Sonic XCX is scary too.
EXC. No, he is. Sonic EXC is not that scary. I mean, it is violent, but there's a new Sonic EXC game. Sonic, you jumped into lava. How dare you jump into lava? You should actually try out a Sonic game before saying this stuff. Like, you could try out Frontiers, and you could say people who say Sonic games are bad. Nah, the new ones are good. The old Boost games were bad. I couldn't even look at how bad they were, actually. They were actually really crappy. Like, Sonic Forces? Are you kidding me? Except Sonic Generations, that's the only one I think. And Unleashed. Those are the only ones I think are the best. I never liked Colors. I never liked it. It looks so gay. It looks so weird as hell. I don't like it. It looks like the most gayest gaming. I haven't played Colors, but I think it looks pretty weird. I don't like how it's
POV Minecraft be like, Sonic tried to swim in lava.
Whoa! Sonic tried to swim in lava. I mean, but Sonic does not know how to craft in this. But here's the difference between Sonic tried to swim in lava. Sonic tried to swim in lava. That is actually pretty. That was actually a good one. My favorite game of all time is actually SA2. Chad, I could just say some stuff about my favorite Sonic games. Like I could rank Unleashed and Sonic Generations at. Honestly, I don't like Forces the most. I haven't tried Forces, but I think personally, if you're talking about the mobile version, then yeah, I have played it. But nah, the PC, the modern, the console version, technically it's an entirely different game. It should be called Sonic Racing instead of Sonic Foot Racing instead, because because you don't, it's not racing with cars, but it's just, no, call it Sonic R, just call it Sonic R. It would make more sense. Sonic Rush. Honestly, I don't like anything with Sonic 1 related. I mean, it did start the franchise, but bro, for real. The only reason why Sonic is still not the dead franchise is because the movie saved it. They couldn't, the movies saved the franchise. They were failing. Sonic movies saved the Sonic franchise. Without the movies, Sonic would have gotten fully gone. Actually, it was our. We gotta thank Sega for this. Sega must thank us for telling them to change the design. Paramount should thank us. Sega should be thanking us for even saving their franchise. Sega should be thanking us, not charge us like 90 because they feel like it.
I make UAW Tom edit.
Nice. A W Tom edit. Nice. That is actually nice. Does anyone want like
POV Roblox be like double jump?
This is more complicated than Roblox. Excuse me, this is nothing like Roblox. This is Sonic. This is nothing like Roblox. Just because there's Roblox games that might copy the gameplay style does not mean anything. It's more like a Breath of the Wild thing, pretty sure. If you have played Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, you know what I'm talking about, right? If you know what Breath of the Wild is, you guys must know what the Breath of the Wild is. The only good Zelda game, I think. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Something, I think. What's it called? Or Tears of the Kingdom. Those two are... You could just buy the Wii U because Wii U is just... People who say the Wii U is a... Does the Wii... Wait. Let me just change up the... Let me real quick change the graphics settings. Oh my.
POV when you're in creative in Minecraft and you fly.
Bro.
Chat, I have been brainwashed by Tom Chooks 11. I don't remember what happened 3 hours ago.
Oh! You've been brainwashed. Yeah. True. You got brainwashed by Tom Chooks 11. I didn't know that. Yeah, you didn't get brainwashed by Tom Chucks, but you got brainwashed with Tom Chooks. Yeah, that's not me. That's not me, bro. Bro, the way that text-to-speech, I don't either remember what. I don't even either remember what the hell is it even. We're playing Sonic Racing CrossWorlds. Act like this is Sonic Racing CrossWorlds instead of Frontiers. We should have just Is Pause HD Tom Chucks? No, he isn't. Everyone who says Pause HD is Tom Chucks, no, we're entirely different people. Does anyone want to see...
See, I was in little.
Lionel, you wanna really hear? If anyone says that I'm Pause HD, I'm gonna show how he actually sounds like. I have actually heard his voice basically. Yeah, he does not sound. He sounds nothing like me. He sounds absolutely nothing like me, bro. I could just show it.
Hey Tom, have you ever liked?
Literally, I could prove this is that is not me, bro. This is not me either.
Hashtag Tritvars.
Bro.
Hello.
I do not sound like that. Hear that? I do not sound nothing like a German, bro. I do not sound like a German, chat. Bro, I do not sound like a German. I do not. If I'm Boss HD, you could have heard his voice. You could just join his lives, his videos, and just hear his. I have proof, a lot of proof of him. And now I'm a bunch and cannot.
Bro said hello, loudly crying face.
Is this thing? I think it's on. I think my yeah, okay, microphone's on.
Literally, that does not sound like me, bro. That does not. Reacting to the whole. Bro, actually, where is bro actually just gonna say?
Hello. I'm currently streaming.
Okay, bro actually does not.
They're a new W Tom. Do you like Tritvars?
No, I don't. No, I don't. Also, I don't want to hear no Twit Wars. Who the hell is Twit? Oh. That is not my friend. What is this? That I am not friends with a store. I am not friends with a gosh darn store. Bro, actually, are you for real? Like, is this what you're gonna joke about? I'm like gonna say it, but if you say we look the same, nah. Oh, if someone says that I'm Pause HD, no, that's wrong. I never look like Pause HD, and I never will be. No one should say it, bro. Actually, is Tom Shucks? Okay, let's just say. Okay, let's just send. Let's just put up. Let's just put up a thumbs up. Yes.
Rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing. I eated your friend.
I was talking about this dude, not the. I was talking to King about this dude. We weren't talking about. You didn't eat my friend. You did not. You did not eat him because I think you don't know what friend are you even what are you even you're talking about food, not Tom Chuck's actually. You're talking about literal food. Why are you talking about food? Oh, we should just send we should send this to Oh my god, there we go. A W Tom edit. You Tom edits are the best. Are the best. W Tom edits are the best. No, no, no. I do not I do not have friends that are called little. I said why is someone confusing it with a store name? Why is it confusing it with a store? Why is someone confusing it with the dude with a store? With a store. A literal store. Okay, let's see what the... Yes. Yes, so let's look at how much... Awesome. We have, like, this dude. Oh... Why are you confusing my... Why are you confusing Lido Plays with a store? A literal store. Why are you confusing this dude with a literal store? What are you doing? You are confusing a man with a store. Oh my god, bro.
I'm gonna watch.
They died. They died. That's sad. And they died. And they died, guys. That's sad. They died. They died. They died. Bro, I said I am not friends with a store. I literally said that loud and clear that I'm... Bro, what the are you Are you not listening what I'm saying, bro? Are you not listening?
I'm eating your friend, Lido.
No, I said Lionel or Lionel, whatever his name is. How is it pronounced?
No, you said Lido.
No.
Yes,
He does not have even a D in the name. What the hell are you saying? You're not eating him, bro. You are not eating him, you scummy little...
I'm eating him. Yum, yum, yum.
You are not eating him, and if you eat him, I'll kiss... He's not eating him. What is he on about? Is he on drugs or something? Oh my god, is bro on drugs? He's not. Is bro... Are you deaf? Are you deaf? Are you deaf? Question mark. I literally... Are you deaf? Question mark. Is he deaf or
Are you
something?
deaf?
I think he's deaf or something. Because he's not listening what I'm saying. I ain't gonna soon tell you that
Hello guys, welcome back. So, new update for Sonic Speed Simulator.
Rezem ir grūti.
Come on, bring it!
Tom texted my hi in WhatsApp.
I didn't. Left down. Still the very
Standing alone, standing just at a bridge, foot on the brakes. But I need to go
down.
As I fall behind, you keep me away from being
So I am.
No more chains on me.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I am done with you. You can't yell at my say anything but little.
DMS.
That's an app. What?
Hello.
I know. Oh, wait.
Hello.
I know what you keep. Hello. Bro, why are you saying stuff like you're eating my friend even though I am literally talking to him on Discord?
So thirsty.
Dad, wanna see something cool? Oh yeah, I wanna see something cool. Yeah, yeah,
So thirsty.
yeah. Chat, everyone wants to see it.
So
Something cool.
Grousty.
Hell are you eating?
I eat it, your friend. So delicious.
What is the hell are you? I'm looking at your soul. Yeah. But I know that is actually fire. Let's look in that server.
Do you know what's the?
Do you know what's the yeah, these nuts.
These nuts.
If I see this thing in my dream, I would call it 19.
What's 9 plus 10?
Obviously 9. No, obviously 21.
21.
21. Actually, it wasn't 19. It's 21, bro. It's 21, chat. It's not
21.
I know that. Dun, 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 dun.
It's corn, a big lump of knob, it has the juice. Oh no, our table it's broken.
Dun, 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 dun. Mm-mm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Shadows, dark creatures, then gone down in the hill, then gone down in the hill. Oh my god, I am a sucker, it's been all along. Guys. What do you guys rate this thing, this creature? What I see?
1, 2 buckle my shoes, 3, 4 buckle submarine, 5, 6 Nike pixel.
Oh my god! I'm not scrolling down. There's so much ugliness in there. I'm gonna kill someone for liking this thing. There's a bunch of gooners in there. Like every Google image you find, it's this thing. I'm scared of this thing. This thing is scary. Guys, I think this thing is the most ugliest thing I've ever seen, bro. I'm just gonna say, this thing is so ugly. I can't look at it. It looks like something that I can see out of, like a children's. I get it, it's a movie of the book series. I know it is, but it's so ugly. Like, I don't want to look at this thing. I actually want to destroy it. I actually don't want to look at it in real life. If I find it the IRL, I just want to slap it and then kill it and then shoot it with a bunch of toilet paper. Oh my god, what the hell am I saying? A bunch of toilet paper. I accidentally said toilet paper. Chat, I accidentally said toilet paper. Oh my god, I said accidentally toilet paper. This is just funny. I can't. Chat, this is just hilarious. I just said toilet paper.
Smovcat.
Yeah.
Damn Tom, you're rage baiting.
I actually want to look at. If I see this thing in my dreams, I want to jump off of my bed and then actually rethink
Go
my.
talk to Ben.
No, no, bro. Shut up. Shut up. Just shut up. What is that one blog message? Oh my god. Oh my god. My perspective was actually just insane. I actually said, what is that blog message? Oh my god. No, I'm not talking to Ben.
Yes, go talk to Ben. Tell Dorsal thoughts on W Tom edit that I made for you.
I am not talking to Ben. Oh, what is that blood blog message? Oh my god. I'm not saying that word and
Go
also
talk to Ben. Go talk to Ben.
bro really can't tell me what to do. Can't tell me what's but he hates them already. He said already told me to stop about it and he doesn't like them. Oh my god. I actually poor
Tough.
not he does not like them. Also, let's just be honest.
Go talk to Ben.
Let's be honest. This thing looks like a literal thing off of a. What in the flipping hell are you? What is this thing?
Ben.
That cat looks so damn.
Yes.
Poor cat.
No.
Poor cat. This poor cat has to be held by this thing.
Ho ho. Yes. Ho ho ho.
Chat.
Please.
This yeah, chat. Diane Foxington or Fox or whatever.
I have to say that Diane Foxington is the ugliest thing I ever seen. He finally talked to Ben there at Rainer's loudly crying face.
Yeah, I already talked. Oh my god, I'm looking at it. Okay, let's see what the hell isn't even in the server. How fast? Okay, I already found what that. Already found
Go
it.
talk to Jack.
Already found it. Already found a screenshot of already found something about Diane and done. Everything. The server's already found already Diane in that server already. Already found something with that box thing. I actually have to say it looks ugly as hell. Like, are we?
No one cares little.
He is not little. He's called Lionel Plays the game. I can't. Oh no! A little bit fat. Oh my god, chat.
Face with tears of joy, 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 face with tears of joy.
Maybe I say Diane, yes. Yes, I'm a Diane hater now. Yeah. Do not join this server's filled with gooners. Just to be honest. This.
Face in clouds, 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 face in clouds,
This whole
face in
server's.
clouds, face in 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 clouds.
Yes, beat her up and like get to like. Oh my god, let's find some more images of Sonic the Hedgehog 4. Sonic the Hedgehog 4. Let's find it real quick. Yeah, we are waiting for 2027. Our movie. I'm not going to. We all want Sonic the Hedgehog 4, Chad. Mine is Dirty Mun. Let me just say something about Mun Gaming real quick. He is dirty minded, bro. I blocked him. He's blocked. He's blocked. He's a clanker, bro. He's a clanker. Okay, bro. We have to pretend that it's not real because it's just gonna be like we're gonna get in so much trouble from them. But I think we're gonna get in so much trouble by gooning. There's no drooling, no drooling, no drooling. No. There we go. You get. There's the best one ever. No. We gotta make whatever he said. We messed around. We gotta make her a little bit fat. The fuck. Also, what the fuck is this clip? No, I'm not playing that. We messed around. Stupid parents. Let me game. Let me chill in streaming. Let me go ahead. Stupid parents. No one cares what the hell we do. Seems like I'm gay. I told you, vote or else you guys are gonna be seeing that much of a. I'm not. That is. Oh my god, Fantastic Four. I am gay, guys.
For some reason I see yes. Pathetic.
Yo, chat. Alright, that's.
Time to change phone.
Bro, why are you guys not voting, guys? I'm actually.
To Google Pixel.
Bro.
Oh. Go talk to Ben.
Okay. Wait, let's get him in. Let's just roll real quick. Yeah, no more, no calling. And then we delete it. Then we kick you guys out. We kick them out. In 3. Three, 2, 1. Hello.
Go talk to Ben.
No, I won't talk to. What the hell is that? Yeah. Hey, yo, bro. What is even that dance, even? What is he doing? Bro, it actually looks like a. Hello, Lionel.
What?
Ho ho ho!
Oh. I think we scared him away.
Yes.
We scared him away.
No.
Oh.
Ho ho ho!
Okay. Okay, Ben. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, let's just say. We messed around. We gotta make her a little bit fat. The best clip ever. We messed around. We gotta make her a little bit fat.
OMG Ben W.
Parents think that they can just do. I'm not tired.
W Ben for taking over my mic.
We messed around. We gotta make her a little bit fat.
Bean.
We messed around. We gotta make her a little bit fat. Actually, watching this thing is gonna be like. No, you didn't see anything. You didn't see anything, bro.
Ben PLA return back. PLS.
Nope. He's gone. Anyways, chat, I think we're gonna. We're not dead. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. When it's secretly. And yes, I'm joking that none of there were. Hello.
Yo, where's Ben? I was just where's Ben?
Brothers Gonning.
Where is
I
he?
don't know. I don't know.
No, where's Ben? That's so cool. How did you get him in your stream?
I don't know. Also,
Yo, how did you?
what is the random? You might ask, why did I put you guys in a group chat for no reason?
No, that's alright. But like, bro, you were talking to Ben. That is so cool, bro.
Yeah, that's actually so cool.
Yo, call him. Yo, try to hear. I'm gonna call him in this.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Ho ho ho.
Ho ho ho. Oh yeah, I just did it. I just did it. I just taught him to just say ho ho ho. I'm not going to sleep yet. But anyways, I'm just gonna deleting this group chat now. Have a good
Ho ho ho.
ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. Feliz Navidad. Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. W. Ben in chat. Brothers gooning. Loudly crying face.
Feliz Navidad.
I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas.
Feliz Navidad. No. Oh no, bro. It was Feliz Navidad. It wasn't supposed to be. Oh, bro, why does it not say Feliz Navidad, bro? Where's Feliz Navidad? Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Yes, there we go. Right. Feliz Navidad. Let's hear how it sounds like.
T. Said Feliz Navidad Christmas tree.
Okay. No, nah, bro. No, that's not my face. No, that's not my face. No, that's not my face. Face. That's not my face. That's not my face. That's not my face. That's not my face. The flip. Oh yeah. Yes. Yes. You want to see the triple review of my thumbnail look different.
T. Said Brea King's character of Sonic has been unmasked and revealed. According to the reports, Sonic accidentally showed who was under the main character including his friend. Shows Sonic's as Tom Chooks 11. And Tails as official Lionel Plays. Sonic did not mean to release this to the public world. T. Said Brea King's character of Sonic has been unmasked and revealed. According to the reports, Sonic accidentally showed who was under the main character including his friend. Shows Sonic's as Tom Chooks 11. And Tails as official Lionel plays. Sonic did not mean to release this to the public world.
Who is Doggo?
T. said Brea King's character of Sonic has been unmasked and revealed. According to the reports, Sonic accidentally showed who was under the main character including his friend. Shows Sonic's as Tom Chooks 11. And Tails as official Lionel plays. Sonic did not mean to release this to the public world.
Oh yeah.
T. said Brea King's character of Sonic has been unmasked and revealed. According to the reports, Sonic accidentally showed who was under the main character including his friend. Shows Sonic's as Tom Chooks 11. And Tails as official Lionel plays. Sonic did not mean to release this to the public world.
Ben. Was I don't own those headphones, by the way. I'm joking.
Bro, stop spamming with Feliz Navidad. Hashtag Tritvars happy birthday. Bro, in Discord a lot of drama.
He's so rude, chat. I actually didn't expect him calling me a.
Don't start the fight, let me get my popcorn.
Isn't better.
Bro is throwing rotten tomatoes at me. Ah.
Ad break. Happy birthday, 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 happy B.
Yes, you do sound fake. Why would you think that you look real? You look so fake. Your mom doesn't love you. Your dad left you. Your grandma doesn't love you. And you're gonna grow up to be Adam Sandler.
Bro, why did you bring up my mom?
Because it is true.
Don't bring my mom into this, you bastard.
Stupid Shadow Chuck. That doesn't sound like Tom. He wouldn't bring up moms.
I don't get into Chad, I'm being called a gooner. Chad, I'm being called a gooner. Yes, that is not me, bro. Oh my god, shout out Chuck, Jordy. Whoa. Now that is too far.
E. WSP Tom. The Abha left. Steak is Libby.
I bet he.
What's too far?
When I look at. I got contacted, bro. We are obviously two different people, bro. Here's a difference between my. I don't have like Does my OBS look like? My computer does not look like this. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. I got asked. I was. Also, it's in. Because I don't do reactions. I said I do like I was added something. Like I'm leaking DMs. It leaked. I didn't want to do it. Possibly because. I'm trolling, Chad. I'm actually trolling. I'm actually pretending. Troll. I'm trolling, Chad. I am trolling. I use Google Translate, Chad. 9/11. This doesn't make any sense, bro. Why would I write it so quickly? Like I am a wish, whatever it says, and I can't read it. I'm so bad at. I should learn how to speak. I could speak. I could start pretending to be. I could start like. Oh no. Maybe just translate it real quick. I'm just acting like I'm German, bro. I'm actually.
Alright, bro. So let me get five billion pizza for a person named Shadow Chunks because he needs to lose some pounds and he's been bugging me. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go deliver it to him. Alright, bro. So let me get 5 billion pizza for a person named Shadow Chunks because he needs to lose some pounds and he's been bugging me. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go deliver it to him.
Hello, kommst du aus Lettland?
I'm gonna end stream now, chat. Chat, I'm gonna end stream. It's like 11 p.m. Bye.